Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. Beside her, the silver-grey coyote sat on its haunches, amber eyes fixed on Arthur with that same unsettling intelligence. It made no aggressive move, but Arthur felt the weight of its assessment nonetheless. "Eleanor Blackwood," Samuel called, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "We've brought something for you." The bride made no response, no indication that she'd heard him at all. Samuel glanced at Arthur expectantly, a silent encouragement to take over the interaction. Arthur cleared his throat, feeling foolish yet compelled to proceed. "Miss Blackwood," he began awkwardly, "we know what happened to you. Know about Thomas and why he never came." The air around them seemed to still, the persistent canyon breeze momentarily ceasing as it had during their previous encounter. The bride remained motionless, but Arthur sensed a shift in her attention, a focusing of energy in his direction. Encouraged by this subtle response, he continued more confidently. "Thomas Hayes didn't die or get delayed. He left willingly, abandoned you for another woman back east. A former sweetheart who'd been widowed." The coyote rose suddenly, a low growl emanating from its throat. The sound wasn't threatening so much as pained, a vocalization of distress that seemed to reflect something the bride herself couldn't express. "I'm sorry," Arthur said, genuine compassion entering his voice. "You deserved better than that, better than dying alone in this pass, still believing in someone who'd already betrayed you." A tremor passed through the bride's form, not quite movement, but a disruption of her usual stillness. The edges of her white dress seemed to blur slightly, as if her very substance was becoming less stable. "Your father searched for days to find you," Samuel added softly. "The whole town mourned. Thomas never returned, never acknowledged what his lies cost you." The bride's arms slowly lowered to her sides, a deviation from her usual pose that caused both men to exchange glances of surprised hope. The coyote moved closer to her, pressing against the folds of her dress in what appeared to be a protective or comforting gesture. "You don't need to wait anymore," Arthur continued, the words coming more naturally now. "Whatever you felt for him, whatever promises were made, he broke them first. Your loyalty was real, but it was given to someone who didn't deserve it." The bride raised her hands to her veil and with deliberate slowness lifted it away from her face. Arthur found himself holding his breath as her features were revealed. A young woman of perhaps 20, with delicate features and eyes that held a depth of sorrow beyond mortal experience. She was beautiful in a fragile way, her expression a complex mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension. For the first time she spoke, her voice a whisper that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "Left me? Willingly?" The simple question carried decades of suspended grief, of faith maintained beyond death itself. Arthur found himself unexpectedly moved by the vulnerability in those few words. "Yes," he confirmed gently. He chose another and left without facing you. Your death wasn't from waiting too long or searching too far. It was his cowardice that put you on this path that night. The bride's form flickered like a candle flame in wind, her outline becoming momentarily transparent before solidifying again. Her expression shifted from confusion to something harder, a flash of anger quickly subsumed by profound sadness. "All this time," she whispered, "all these years waiting." The coyote pressed closer against her, and she placed a pale hand on its head in an automatic gesture of comfort. Arthur noticed how the animal's form seemed similarly unstable now, its edges blurring into the gathering darkness. "You showed remarkable faith and loyalty," Samuel said, his voice thick with emotion. "Those qualities weren't wasted, even if they were given to someone unworthy. Your devotion speaks to your character, not his." The bride's gaze shifted between them, something changing in her expression, a softening, a release of tension held for decades. She looked down at the items Samuel had arranged on the rock, particularly the small wooden box containing Thomas's letters. "May I?" Arthur asked, gesturing toward the box. When Samuel nodded, he picked it up and approached the bride cautiously, extending it toward her. "These were his promises to you, false promises that don't deserve to be preserved." The bride reached out with a trembling hand, her fingers passing through the solid wood of the box in a ripple of spectral energy. Though she couldn't physically touch the object, recognition flashed in her eyes, memory connecting across the divide between life and death. "Would you like us to destroy them?" Arthur asked softly. "End his lies properly?" The bride looked up at him, a single tear tracking down her translucent cheek before evaporating into mist. Slowly, deliberately, she nodded. Arthur returned to where Samuel stood and opened the box, revealing a bundle of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon. He removed them and extracted matches from his pocket, striking one against the rock and holding the flame to the corner of the bundle. The paper caught quickly, flames consuming the written promises and declarations that had proven worthless. Arthur placed the burning letters on the flat rock, allowing them to burn completely, while the bride watched with an expression of growing peace. As the last letter crumbled to ash, a change came over Eleanor's form. The edges of her white dress began to glow with soft golden light that gradually spread throughout her entire appearance. The coyote beside her underwent a similar transformation, its silver coat illuminated from within. "Thank you," Eleanor whispered, her voice stronger now, more present. "For the truth, for ending the wait." She turned toward the coyote, kneeling gracefully to embrace the animal. As their forms met, a remarkable transformation occurred. The coyote's shape blurred and expanded, resolving into the translucent figure of a woman in simple frontier dress, her features an older version of Eleanor's own. "Mother," Eleanor said with simple joy, the word carrying decades of longing. The two spectral women embraced, their glowing forms merging slightly at the edges. When they separated, both turned toward Arthur and Samuel with expressions of profound gratitude. "Rest well, Miss Blackwood," Arthur said, tipping his hat slightly. "You've waited long enough." Eleanor smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her face from beautiful to radiant. "Your heart speaks truth, even when your mind doubts," she said softly. "There is freedom in accepting what cannot be changed." The two spectral figures began to fade, their luminous forms growing increasingly transparent as they turned away from the living men. Hand in hand, mother and daughter walked slowly down the path, their glow diminishing with each step until they vanished entirely around a bend in the canyon. In their wake, a profound silence settled over Coyote Pass. not the tense, expectant quiet of before, but a peaceful stillness that suggested completion. The evening air felt lighter somehow, clearer, as if a storm had passed, leaving freshness in its wake. Samuel released a long breath, his weathered face illuminated with wonder and satisfaction. "Remarkable," he whispered almost to himself. "After all these years." Arthur stood motionless, strangely affected by what he'd witnessed. The burning of the letters had felt significant beyond the simple act itself. A symbolic severance of false promises, a release from obligations built on deception. Something about it resonated deeply within his own experience, though he couldn't have articulated exactly why. "Do you think she's truly gone?" he asked finally, his voice sounding unusually loud in the stillness of the canyon. "Found peace, or whatever it is spirits are looking for?" Samuel nodded, bending carefully to gather the handkerchief and Bible from the rock. "I believe so. The legends say the coyote bride appears to those suffering from grief or betrayal, searching for someone who never returned. No one ever told her the truth before, that there was no point in waiting, that her loyalty was given to someone who'd abandoned her." He carefully tucked the items back into his satchel, leaving only the pile of ashes where the letters had burned. The truth set her free, as it often does, and it seems she wasn't alone after all. Her mother's spirit had been watching over her all this time, just as the Navajo stories claimed. Arthur stared at the spot where Eleanor and her mother had vanished, trying to process everything he'd witnessed. He wasn't a superstitious man by nature, but there was no denying the reality of what had just occurred. No trick of light or shadow could explain the interaction they'd just experienced. "We should head back," Samuel suggested gently. "Night falls quickly in the canyon, and the trail gets treacherous in full darkness." They walked in companionable silence for a time, each lost in his own thoughts as they made their way back toward Coyote Springs. The first stars had appeared above the canyon walls, brilliant pinpoints in the deepening purple of the evening sky. "May I ask you something, Mr. Morgan?" Samuel said eventually, his tone careful. "Something personal?" Arthur's instinct was to refuse, to maintain the barriers he'd built around his private sorrows. But the events in the canyon had shifted something within him, creating a momentary openness he rarely permitted himself. "Go ahead," he replied, his voice gruff, "though I don't promise to answer." Samuel nodded, respecting the boundary. "When you spoke to Eleanor about broken promises and waiting for someone who wouldn't return, those words carried the weight of personal experience. Who were you really speaking to back there? Whose ghost haunts you?" The question hung between them, direct yet not unkind. Arthur remained silent for several long moments, considering how much, if anything, to reveal to this perceptive stranger. "Been a few," he admitted finally. "Made my share of promises I couldn't keep. Had some made to me that didn't hold either." He paused, Mary's face rising unbidden in his thoughts. "One woman in particular might have had a different life if I'd been a different kind of man, better kind. And you carry that regret," Samuel observed. "Wonder about the path not taken." Arthur shrugged, uncomfortable with how accurately the old man had read him. "Don't we all? Life's full of crossroads. Can't take every path." "True enough," Samuel agreed. "But there's a difference between acknowledging roads not taken and being haunted by them. Eleanor spent decades trapped in a moment of betrayal she never even recognized, waiting for resolution that couldn't come without truth." He glanced at Arthur. "Sometimes, I think the living can be similarly trapped." The observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Arthur had spent years dwelling on his failures with Mary, with Eliza and Isaac, with the idealistic young man he'd once been, before Dutch's influence had channeled his anger into a life of outlawry. Always looking backward, measuring himself against what might have been, rather than what could still be. Maybe you're right, he conceded reluctantly, though knowing you're trapped doesn't necessarily show you the way out. No, Samlo agreed, but recognizing the nature of the trap is the first step toward escape. Eleanor couldn't move on until she understood that her waiting was futile, that loyalty to a betrayer was a chain, not a virtue. They had reached the outskirts of the settlement, the warm lights of the dusty cactus glowing welcomingly against the gathering darkness. Samuel paused, turning to face Arthur directly. Whatever promises bind you to your past, Mr. Morgan, whether made or broken, kept or abandoned, ask yourself if they still serve any purpose, or if, perhaps, some truths might need facing so you can finally move forward. With that gentle challenge hanging between them, the old man extended his hand. Thank you for your help today. I've spent 30 years trying to understand Eleanor's story, to find some way to help her find peace. I couldn't have done it without you. Arthur shook the offered hand, finding himself genuinely moved by the man's sincerity. Glad I could help, though I'm still not entirely sure what I did. You spoke truth with compassion, Samuel said simply. Sometimes that's all any of us need, living or dead. He adjusted his satchel and nodded toward the saloon. Can I buy you a drink before you head out tomorrow? A small celebration of sorts. Arthur considered the offer, then shook his head. Appreciated, but I think I need some time to clear my head. Been quite a day. Samuel nodded understanding. Of course. Safe travels, Mr. Morgan. I hope you find what you're looking for, both your bounty and whatever else you might be searching for out there. They parted ways, Samuel heading toward the saloon, while Arthur turned toward the small boarding house where he'd taken a room. The encounter with Eleanor's spirit and the subsequent conversation with Samuel had left him thoughtful, introspective in a way he rarely permitted himself to be. In his rented room, Arthur lit the small lamp on the bedside table and settled on the edge of the narrow bed. Almost without conscious decision, he removed his journal from his satchel and opened to a blank page, pencil hovering momentarily before he began to write. Met a ghost today. Sounds like nonsense when I write it down, but it happened sure as I'm sitting here. A bride left waiting 40 years ago, still looking for the man who abandoned her. Helped an old desert hermit named Samuel Watts set her spirit free with the truth about her faithless fiancé. Strange thing is, speaking to her felt like speaking to myself in some ways. All those wasted years waiting for something that was never coming back. Loyalty given to those who don't deserve it. Promises that should have been broken sooner rather than maintained out of stubborn pride or fear of change. Made me think about Mary, about the life we might have had if I'd been willing to change when she asked me to. About Eliza and Isaac, gone to their graves while I was riding with the gang, choosing Dutch loyalty over my responsibility to them. About all the years spent following a dream that keeps shifting like desert sand, never quite becoming the noble vision Dutch painted for us. The ghost bride found peace when she finally learned the truth, that the man she'd died waiting for had already betrayed her, that her faith was misplaced. Makes me wonder what truths I might need to face about my own life. What chains I might need to break before they drag me down to where no living soul can reach. Arthur paused, surprised by the direction his thoughts had taken. He wasn't generally given to such philosophical musings, preferring action to introspection most days. Yet something about the day's events had touched a deeper part of himself, had forced questions he usually kept buried beneath the immediate concerns of survival and loyalty to the gang. He closed the journal without finishing his entry, suddenly weary beyond simple physical tiredness. Tomorrow would bring a return to his pursuit of Jackson Slater, to the familiar rhythm of tracking and hunting that defined his role within Dutch's grand schemes. But something had shifted within him, a subtle realignment of perspective that he couldn't quite define, but could definitely feel. As he extinguished the lamp and lay back on the thin mattress, Arthur found himself thinking of Eleanor's face in that final moment, the peace that had transformed her features as she accepted the truth and let go of her decades-long weight. There had been freedom in that acceptance, a release from bonds that had held her spirit captive far longer than any mortal imprisonment could have done. Perhaps, he thought, as sleep began to claim him, there were similar truths waiting for him, uncomfortable recognitions that might nevertheless lead to a freedom he hadn't known was possible. The question was whether he'd have the courage to face them when the time came. 3 days of steady tracking led Arthur deep into the foothills of the mountains northwest of Coyote Springs. Jackson Slater had proven himself a capable woodsman, taking pains to obscure his trail and choosing difficult terrain that would discourage casual pursuit. But Arthur Morgan wasn't a casual pursuer. Years of hunting both animals and men had honed his tracking skills to a fine edge. Late in the afternoon of the 3rd day, Arthur spotted thin smoke rising above a stand of pines nestled in a small valley between rocky outcroppings. He dismounted at a distance, secured Athena to a sturdy tree, and proceeded on foot with the caution of a seasoned predator approaching potentially dangerous prey. The camp was crude but serviceable, a small fire, a bedroll beneath a simple lean-to constructed of pine branches, and a hobbled horse grazing nearby. Slater himself sat beside the fire, cleaning a repeater rifle with methodical care, his attention focused on the task rather than his surroundings. Arthur observed him from concealment for several minutes, assessing. The man matched the description on the wanted poster. Mid-30s, dark hair streaked with premature grey, a distinctive scar running from his left temple to his jaw. His posture suggested alertness despite his apparent absorption in his task, the slight tension in his shoulders betraying an awareness of his vulnerable position. Deciding on his approach, Arthur drew his revolver and emerged from cover with deliberate noise, alerting Slater to his presence rather than risking a startle response that might lead to unnecessary violence. "Jackson Slater," he called, keeping his weapon trained steadily on the man. "I'm bringing you in. Best not make this harder than it needs to be." Slater's hands stilled on the partially disassembled rifle, his body tensing but not yet moving toward either fight or flight. "You a lawman?" he asked, voice surprisingly calm given the circumstances. "Bounty hunter," Arthur corrected, maintaining his distance. $500 on your head for that bank job in Armadillo. Dead or alive, though alive pays better. A flicker of something, resignation perhaps, or simple weariness, crossed Slater's features. He carefully set aside the rifle parts, raising his hand slightly to demonstrate he wasn't reaching for a weapon. "Been running a long time," he said quietly, "figured it'd catch up eventually." The response wasn't what Arthur had expected. Most men in Slater's position fought, or begged, or tried to negotiate. This calm acceptance was unusual enough to make him slightly wary, suspecting a potential trick. "Stand up slowly," Arthur instructed. "Keep those hands where I can see them." Slater complied without protest, rising to his feet with deliberate movements that suggested no intention of resistance. Now that he was standing, Arthur could see he was thinner than his wanted poster suggested. his clothes hanging somewhat loosely on his frame. You alone? Slater asked, glancing briefly toward the surrounding forest. Just me, Arthur confirmed, stepping cautiously closer. Though plenty know where I've gone if I don't return. Don't get any ideas about adding to your troubles. Slater nodded, a humorless smile briefly touching his lips. No more trouble. Had my fill. He gestured toward a saddlebag near the bedroll. Got about $200 there. Take it. Let me go my way. Arthur shook his head. Can't do that. Job's to bring you in, not rob you. Even if I'm innocent. Slater's gaze was direct now, challenging. Even if that bank job wasn't what they're saying. Not my concern, Arthur replied, though he found himself curious despite his professional detachment. Courts sort that out. I just collect the bounty. Slater seemed to consider this, weighing his options with a calculating expression that suggested he hadn't entirely abandoned thoughts of resistance. After a moment, he sighed heavily. At least hear me out before you drag me back, he requested. Man deserves that much, I reckon. Arthur hesitated. Engaging in conversation with bounties was generally unwise. It created unwanted complexity, potential for manipulation, or unexpected sympathy that could complicate clean completion of the job. Yet something in Slater's manner intrigued him, a dignity that seemed at odds with the desperate bank robber described in the wanted poster. Make it quick, he conceded, keeping his revolver trained steadily on the man's chest, and no sudden movements. Slater nodded understanding. I was at that bank in Armadillo, he began, his tone matter-of-fact rather than pleading. But I wasn't robbing it. I was trying to stop the robbery. Arthur's expression remained skeptical. Go on. Worked security for the Harding Mining Company, Slater continued. Got wind of a planned heist inside job with one of the tellers. Went to warn the bank, arrived just as it was going down. He gestured to the scar on his face. Got this trying to stop them. But when the dust settled, the real robbers were gone. The teller was dead, and I was left holding a gun in a bank, missing $5,000. It was a familiar enough tale. The wrongfully accused man, the unfortunate circumstance, the miscarriage of justice. Arthur had heard variations many times from men he'd tracked, most of them fabrications designed to elicit sympathy or create doubt. Convenient story, he observed. Any proof to back it up? Had a letter from my employer confirming my position, Slater replied. Lost it when I had to run. Company disavowed any connection afterward. Didn't want to be associated with a bank robber. The bitterness in his voice sounded genuine. Truth is written all over it if anyone bothered to look. 5,000 stolen, but only 500 on my head. That's because they know I'm not the mastermind, just a convenient scapegoat. Arthur studied him carefully, looking for tells of deception, but Slater met his gaze steadily, his eyes reflecting frustration and resignation, rather than the desperate cunning of a man spinning tales to save himself. Even if that's true, Arthur said finally, it doesn't change my position. I'm not a judge or jury. No, Slater agreed. You're just a man making choices about who to hunt and who to believe. He paused, something shifting in his expression. Like that business in Coyote Pass. Arthur stiffened slightly. What do you know about that? Folks talk. Word gets around. Slater shrugged. Heard a bounty hunter helped the old desert hermit put a ghost to rest. That he spoke truth to set her free after 40 years of waiting for justice. A knowing look entered his eyes. That was you, wasn't it? The reference to his experience with Eleanor caught Arthur off guard. He hadn't expected news of that encounter to spread so quickly, or to be connected to his professional identity as a bounty hunter. Don't see how that's relevant. he replied cautiously. Maybe it's not, Slater conceded. Or maybe there's something fitting about a man who freed a spirit trapped by lies, now choosing whether to deliver another man to injustice based on more lies. He spread his hands slightly. I'm not asking you to let me go free, just take me to Tumbleweed instead of Armadillo. Sheriff Davis there knows me, knows I'm not capable of planning that robbery. He'll see I get a fair hearing at least. Arthur considered the request carefully. Tumbleweed was actually closer than Armadillo from their current position, though the journey would still take the better part of 2 days. The bounty would be payable at either location. If Slater was telling the truth, the detour would cost Arthur nothing, while potentially preventing a miscarriage of justice. If he was lying, well, he'd still end up in custody either way. All right, Arthur decided finally. Tumbleweed it is, but you try anything along the way, and fair hearing will be the least of your concerns. Understood. Relief flickered across Slater's features, quickly masked by a neutral expression. Understood. And thank you. Arthur holstered his revolver and produced handcuffs from his satchel. Don't thank me yet. Still taking you in. He secured Slater's wrists, checking that the restraints were firm but not cutting into the skin. Get your gear together. We leave in 5 minutes. As Slater gathered his meager possessions with his restricted movement, Arthur reflected on the unexpected turn of events. The mention of Eleanor and his role in releasing her spirit had caught him off guard, creating an unwelcome connection between that ethereal experience and his very practical current task. Yet there was something appropriate about the juxtaposition. The ghost bride trapped by a lie she'd never questioned, and this man possibly facing similar injustice if his story contained truth. Arthur wasn't naive enough to fully believe Slater without verification, but he'd seen enough of the world's cruelty to know that innocence was no guarantee of justice. They set out as the afternoon light began to fade, Arthur leading Slater's horse while the prisoner rode with hands cuffed before him. Their progress was necessarily slow across the rough terrain, and Arthur soon decided they would need to make camp for the night before attempting the descent from the foothills in darkness. In a small clearing sheltered by rock outcroppings, they established a simple camp. Arthur built a fire while keeping a watchful eye on his prisoner, who sat with the resigned patience of a man accustomed to having choices made for him. "Hungry?" Arthur asked as he rummaged through his saddlebags for provisions. "Wouldn't turn down food," Slater replied, shifting to find a more comfortable position with his restrained hands. The gold-bearing quartz matched Jackson's description perfectly, veins running through the stone like golden lightning frozen in mid-strike. The concentration appeared extraordinary, richer than anything Eli had encountered in years of prospecting. With proper equipment and access, a man could extract enough wealth here to live comfortably for decades. Eli set his lantern on a relatively flat rock and removed a sample bag from his pocket. Using his small pickaxe, he carefully chipped at one of the more accessible veins, collecting several gold-flecked pieces of quartz for later assay. The rock yielded more easily than expected, suggesting the vein might have been partially worked already, though no obvious tool marks were visible. As he collected his third sample, Eli became aware of a sound at the edge of perception, a whisper so faint it might have been imagination. He paused, holding his breath to listen more carefully. Deeper. The words seemed to form in his mind rather than reaching his ears directly. Eli straightened, turning slowly to scan the chamber with narrowed eyes. "Hello," he called, his voice echoing strangely in the cavern, returning to him with distorted resonance. No response came, yet the sensation of presence persisted, the indefinable feeling of being observed by unseen eyes. Eli had experienced similar sensations in other deep mines and caves, the human mind's natural response to profound darkness and isolation. He consciously dismissed the unease, returning his attention to the gold-bearing wall. As he raised his pickaxe for another sample, the lantern's flame flickered suddenly, though no obvious draft disturbed the air. Shadows danced across the cavern walls, creating momentary impressions of moving figures that disappeared when viewed directly. Come deeper. This time the whisper seemed clearer, carrying a quality that Eli couldn't immediately identify. Urgency, perhaps, or enticement. The words formed in his thoughts with increasing precision, as if someone stood just behind him, speaking directly into his mind. "Who's there?" Eli demanded, turning again, pickaxe held defensively before him. The chamber remained empty of visible presence, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. The air itself seemed to thicken around him, pressing against his skin with almost physical weight. Eli's natural skepticism battled with growing unease. He'd never been prone to flights of fancy or superstitious fear, yet something about this place challenged his rational understanding. Jackson's warnings returned to him with uncomfortable clarity, whispers promising wealth beyond imagining if he'd just follow deeper. At the far end of the chamber, partially hidden behind a large stalagmite formation, Aileen noticed what appeared to be another opening, a dark arch leading deeper into the mountain. It was the logical continuation of his exploration, potentially leading to even richer deposits if the gold veins continued in that direction. "This way," the whisper urged, seemingly originating from that very opening. Ely hesitated, rational caution warring with the prospector's inexorable curiosity. He'd come this far, found promising samples that confirmed Jackson's account of the gold's quality. Prudence suggested returning to the surface with these samples, perhaps securing partners and proper equipment before venturing deeper. Yet something pulled at him. Not just the promise of greater wealth, but a compulsion that felt external to his own decision-making process. Almost without conscious intention, Eli found himself moving toward the archway, drawn by something beyond mere greed or professional interest. He paused at the threshold, lantern held high. The passage beyond descended at a steeper angle than the previous tunnels, disappearing into profound darkness that his light barely penetrated. The air flowing from this opening felt noticeably cooler, carrying a mineral scent that tickled his nostrils with unfamiliar sharpness. Just a little further. The whisper seemed to caress his mind, simultaneously enticing and commanding. Eli shook his head sharply, fighting against the strange compulsion. "Just echoes and bad air," he muttered aloud, his voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to his own ears. A sudden noise behind him, a distinct scraping sound like boot on stone, caused Eli to spin around, nearly dropping his lantern in startled reaction. The chamber appeared empty, yet the sound had been unmistakable. "Who's there?" he called again, voice firmer. "Show yourself." The silence that followed felt oppressive, broken only by the soft plink of water droplets falling from stalactites into small pools below. Eli's eyes darted around the chamber, seeking any movement or shadow that might explain the sound. Near the fissure through which he'd entered, something caught his attention. A disturbance in the dust on the cavern floor. Approaching cautiously, Eli lowered his lantern to examine what appeared to be a partial footprint that hadn't been there when he entered. The impression was imperfect, more suggestion than definitive evidence, yet it raised troubling questions. Was someone else in the mine following his exploration? Had Hayes returned despite Barber's claim of his death? Or was it evidence of something Jackson had warned about, something beyond rational explanation? Before Ely could consider these possibilities further, his lantern flickered violently, the flame nearly extinguishing before stabilizing at reduced brightness. The sudden dimming transformed the chamber, shadows deepening and writhing across the walls with unsettling vitality. In that moment of near darkness, Ely saw them, or thought he saw them. Figures moving at the periphery of his vision, indistinct shapes that seemed composed more of shadow than substance. When he turned to look directly, nothing remained but ordinary darkness and stone. An icy sensation crawled up Eli's spine, raising the fine hairs on his neck and arms. The rational explanations that had seemed so convincing moments before, bad air causing hallucinations, echoes misinterpreted as whispers, suddenly felt inadequate against the growing evidence of his senses. The gold awaits, the whisper returned, multiple voices now seeming to speak in unsettling unison. Deeper, richer veins, all for you. With a suddenness that startled him, Eli's thoughts cleared. Whatever influence had been clouding his judgment fell away, replaced by crystalline clarity and the instinct for self-preservation that had kept him alive through years of frontier hardship. "No," he stated firmly, addressing the darkness directly. "I'm leaving, now." The whispers intensified immediately, overlapping in a cacophony of enticing promises and veiled threats that seemed to physically press against him. The lantern dimmed further, shadows encroaching from all sides, as if the darkness itself sought to prevent his departure. Eli retreated steadily toward the fissure, keeping his back to the wall, eyes scanning continuously for movement. The gold samples he'd collected seemed to grow heavier in his pocket, their weight disproportionate to their actual mass. As he reached the narrow opening through which he'd entered, a violent gust of cold air struck from behind, extinguishing his lantern completely. Darkness collapsed around him like a physical force, absolute and disorienting. Eli fumbled desperately for matches, aware of movement in the blackness. Whispers now accompanied by the distinct sounds of multiple footsteps approaching from different directions. His fingers closed around the matchbox just as something cold brushed against his cheek, a touch without substance, yet undeniably present. With shaking hands, Eli struck a match, its small flame creating a tiny sphere of light that momentarily illuminated what seemed to be a face hovering inches from his own. Gaunt, eyes hollow yet somehow gleaming with inner light, mouth open in what might have been hunger or desperation. The match dropped from Eli's suddenly nerveless fingers, plunging him back into darkness. Terror propelled him forward, squeezing into the fissure by feel alone, scraping skin from his hands and face in desperate haste. Behind him, the sounds changed from whispers to angry hisses, the footsteps accelerating to pursue his escape. Half crawling, half falling, Ellie emerged into the main tunnel, grasping blindly for the rope he'd secured earlier. His fingers found the coarse hemp, following it toward the tunnel entrance, while fumbling to light his second lantern with yet unsteady hands. The flame caught at last, illuminating the main tunnel with blessed clarity. Eli paused, only long enough to confirm his orientation, before moving as quickly as safety allowed toward the mine entrance, conscious of the darkness behind him in a way that transcended normal caution. No obvious pursuit materialized in the lantern light, yet Eli couldn't shake the conviction that something followed, patient, implacable, confident in its ability to overtake him should he falter. The gold samples in his pocket seemed heavier with each step, as if trying to slow his retreat through their sheer weight. The partial collapse he'd navigated earlier proved more challenging on the return journey, his haste and lingering panic making his movements clumsy. Halfway through the crawl space, Eli heard it clearly, scraping sounds from the darkness beyond, approaching with deliberate patience. With renewed desperation, Eli pushed through the remaining distance, tumbling ungracefully into the tunnel beyond. He scrambled to his feet, not bothering to dust himself off before resuming his retreat toward daylight. The journey that had taken hours on his inward exploration now passed in what seemed mere minutes, fear and adrenaline propelling Ellie forward with single-minded focus. Only as he approached the final stretch, with daylight visible as a pale glow ahead, did he slow his pace, rational thought reasserting itself now that escape seemed imminent. Emerging from the mine entrance into late afternoon sunlight, Eli stood panting, hands braced on his knees as he gulped fresh air into lungs that felt scorched by the mine's atmosphere. His mare nickered questioningly from her grazing spot, apparently undisturbed during his absence. Eli glanced back at the dark opening from which he'd escaped, half expecting to see shadowy figures materializing in pursuit. The entrance remained empty, innocuous in appearance despite the horrors he believed lurked within. The gold samples. They remained in his pocket, physical evidence of what he'd discovered inside. Eli reached for them, then hesitated, Jackson's warnings echoing in his mind. The gold itself might carry the curse, might be the mechanism by which the mine's influence extended beyond its depths. After a moment's hesitation, Eli withdrew the samples anyway. In daylight, they appeared less spectacular than they had in the lantern's glow. Certainly gold-bearing quartz of high grade, but not the supernatural treasure his mind had perceived in the cavern. He weighed them in his palm, considering. If he returned to Hollow Creek with these samples, questions would follow. Barber would want details of his exploration, might encourage others to follow his path despite the dangers. The cursed mine would claim more victims, drawn by the same promises of wealth that had nearly ensnared Eli himself. With sudden decision, Eli hurled the samples back toward the mine entrance with all his strength. They clattered against stone and disappeared into shadow, returned to their source. Whatever influence they carried, real or imagined, he wanted no part of it. The action brought unexpected relief, as if a weight beyond the physical had been lifted from him. Eli moved to his horse on still shaky legs, untethering her and mounting with awkward haste. Without a backward glance, he guided the mare down the canyon path toward Hollow Creek, eager to put distance between himself and the Blackwater mine. Dusk was falling as Eli rode into Hollow Creek, the town's few lamps and lanterns creating islands of warm light in the gathering darkness. He made directly for the Broken Pick Saloon, a powerful thirst driving him toward the promise of something strong enough to settle his still jangled nerves. The saloon was busier than it had been the previous evening, a half-dozen men engaged in desultory conversation at various tables, while Walter maintained his position behind the bar, mechanically polishing glasses that never seemed to achieve his standard of cleanliness. Jackson Montgomery occupied the same corner table, nursing what appeared to be the same drink as the night before. His roomy eyes tracked Eli's entrance with knowing assessment, taking in the dust-covered clothing, the scratches on his face and hands, the haunted quality that Eli could feel in his own expression. Ignoring the curious glances from other patrons, Eli approached the bar, slapping coins down with more force than necessary. "Whiskey," he ordered tersely. "Double." Walter served him without comment, though his eyes held questions he was too experienced to voice directly. Eli drained half the glass in a single swallow, welcoming the burning path the liquor carved down his throat. It felt cleansing somehow, a fire to counter the cold that still seemed lodged deep in his chest. despite hours in the warm afternoon sun. Glass in hand, Ely turned and approached Jackson's table, lowering himself into the vacant chair without waiting for invitation. The old prospector regarded him silently, patient in the way of men who have seen enough of life to know when words are unnecessary. "You were right," Ely finally stated, voice rough from the whiskey and the lingering effects of the mine's air. "About the gold, about the other things." Jackson nodded slowly, accepting the concession without visible satisfaction. "Went deep, did you? Found the Eastern Passage? Found a cavern beyond where your Samuel Blackwater was digging?" Ely took another swallow of whiskey. "Gold in the walls, right enough. Richest vein I've seen in years. But not worth the cost," Jackson observed softly. Eli's hand tightened around his glass. "Heard them, saw, something. Nothing clear, nothing I could swear to in court. But enough." He met the old man's gaze directly. "What are they, Jackson? What's really down there?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Jackson seemed to age further beneath its weight, shoulders slumping as memories visibly passed behind his eyes. "Don't rightly know," he admitted finally. "Not ghosts, maybe, not in the way most think of such things, but something, lingering. The men who died there, my men, they wanted that gold with a desperation you can't imagine. Families to feed, dreams to fulfill, promises to keep. Death didn't end that wanting." He paused, taking a small sip from his own glass before continuing. "Or maybe it's older. Something in the mountain itself. Something that was there before men came with picks and black powder. Something that uses our greed, our desperation, to feed some." The explanation should have sounded absurd, the rambling superstition of an old man damaged by trauma. Yet, after what he'd experienced, Ely found it disturbingly plausible. The voices had seemed to pull at something within him, not just his natural desire for wealth, but deeper hungers for significance, for security, for proof that his years of wandering and searching hadn't been wasted. "I left the samples," Ely said, the confession feeling important somehow. "Threw them back before leaving." Jackson nodded approval. "Smart. The gold itself carries something. Influence, taint, curse, whatever name suits you. Those who bring it out never find peace with it. It's like part of that wanting comes attached to every nugget, whispering promises it never fulfills." They sat in silence for several minutes, each man lost in private reflection. The saloon's ambient noise provided comfortable cover for their conversation, ensuring their discussion of supernatural matters wouldn't reach eager ears. "Barbara seemed to think it was exaggeration," Ely mentioned eventually. "Said others had explored successfully, man named Hayes, another called Davis." Jackson's expression darkened. "Barbara has his own reasons for encouraging exploration. Don't trust that one, whatever his manner suggests." Before Ely could press for elaboration, the saloon door opened to admit Ezekiel Barber himself, immaculately dressed as before despite the late hour. The barber paused just inside the entrance, eyes scanning the room before settling on Ely and Jackson with evident interest. "Speak of the devil," Jackson muttered, draining the last of his whiskey. Barber approached their table with his customary measured stride, removing his hat with a gesture that somehow managed to convey both courtesy and condescension. "Mr. Morgan," he greeted Ely, pointedly ignoring Jackson. "I trust your day's activities proved informative, educational." Ely replied neutrally, unwilling to reveal the extent of his experience until he better understood Barber's interest. "Splendid." The barber glanced at the empty chair at their table. "May I join you? I find myself most curious about your impressions of our local geological curiosities. Jackson snorted softly, but made no move to prevent Barber's self-invitation. Eli merely gestured toward the chair with his glass, neither welcoming nor refusing the company. Barber seated himself with precise movements, placing his hat on the table beside him. I couldn't help but notice your somewhat hasty return to town, he observed, eyes cataloguing the evidence of Eli's difficult day. The Blackwater mine can be challenging terrain for the unprepared explorer. The careful phrasing, neither question nor accusation, irritated Eli more than direct interrogation might have. I went in, he confirmed shortly. I came out, not much else to tell. And yet your expression suggests quite a tale untold, Barbara persisted, signaling Walter for a drink with a subtle gesture. Did you perhaps encounter unusual phenomena during your exploration? The question's directness surprised Eli, who had expected more circumspection. He glanced at Jackson, finding the old prospector watching Barber with open suspicion. Why ask questions you already know the answers to? Eli countered, leaning forward slightly. You knew what was in that mine when you gave me Hayes's map. Was curious to see if I'd come back at all, I'd wager. Barber accepted his drink from Walter with a nod of thanks before responding. A rather cynical interpretation of my assistance, Mr. Morgan. I merely provided information that might prove useful in your endeavors, as any good citizen might. Cut the horseshit, Barber, Jackson interjected bluntly. You've been sending men into that death trap for years, watching to see who comes back and what they bring with them, playing both sides of the curse story depending on who's listening. The accusation hung in the air between them, sharp as a drawn knife. Barber's pleasant expression never wavered, though something hardened in his eyes. A calculating quality previously concealed beneath affable manners. Death trap seems excessive terminology for a mine that has claimed no lives since its original collapse, he replied smoothly. Certainly it presents dangers, as all abandoned workings do, but curses? Supernatural phenomena? Such colorful embellishments serve Hollow Creek's folklore, but hardly represent empirical reality. Ely studied Barber with renewed attention, recognizing the careful construction of his words, neither confirming nor denying Jackson's accusations, while dismissing the supernatural elements that Ely himself had experienced mere hours before. You want something from that mine, Eli stated flatly, intuition crystallizing into certainty. Something specific. That's why you keep sending men in with just enough information to find the gold, but not enough to understand the danger. Barber took a measured sip of his drink, using the moment to compose his response. What I want, Mr. Morgan, is truth. Hollow Creek balances precariously between history and mythology, between decline and reinvention. The Blackwater mine represents both our greatest tragedy and potentially our salvation. If only the facts could be separated from superstitious fancy. Man doesn't seek truth by sending others to find it for him, Jackson pointed out acidly, especially not when he's got two good legs to carry him there himself. The observation struck home, Barber's composure cracking slightly before he reassembled his pleasant facade. My responsibilities to the community preclude personal exploration, unfortunately. My services are required daily, unlike some whose contribution consists primarily of cautionary tales delivered from saloon corners. The deliberate insult drew a tight smile from Jackson rather than the anger Barber clearly intended to provoke. Keep telling yourself that, Ezekiel. Meanwhile, ask yourself why none of your explorers ever find what you're really looking for. Something flickered in Barber's eyes, frustration or perhaps genuine anger, before he mastered himself again. I assure you, Mr. Montgomery, my interests are purely historical and documentary in nature. As town barber, I simply collect and preserve Hollow Creek stories. And as town barber, you hear things, Eli interjected, pieces falling into place in his mind, like Samuel Blackwater confessing something to you while sitting in your chair before he disappeared with the mine's gold. The speculation was a shot in the dark, based on nothing more than intuition and the strange dynamics he'd observed between these men. Yet Barber's reaction, a momentary widening of eyes, a slight tensing of shoulders, suggested the arrow had found its mark. Samuel Blackwater was before my time in Hollow Creek, Barber replied, his tone carefully measured. Though his story naturally features prominently in the town's historical record. Jackson leaned forward, his weathered face animated with sudden understanding. It wasn't Samuel, he said slowly. It was his father, Jeremiah. Old man Blackwater told you something on his deathbed. Something about the mine, something worth more than gold. Barber's expression remained fixed in polite attention, but a muscle twitched in his jaw, involuntary testament to Jackson's accuracy. He set his glass down with deliberate care before responding. Gentlemen, while I enjoy historical speculation as much as anyone, I believe we've exhausted the productive aspects of this conversation. He rose from his chair with fluid grace. Mr. Morgan, should you wish to discuss your explorations in a more empirical context, my shop is open daily until 6. Good evening to you both. With that, he retrieved his hat and departed, his straight-backed posture betraying no hint of the discomfort Eli was certain their exchange had caused him. Dancy. Jackson watched Barber's exit with narrowed eyes before turning back to Eli. Hit a nerve there. Been trying to figure Barber's angle for years. Something about that mine obsesses him beyond simple gold lust. You truly think Jeremiah Blackwater told him something? Eli asked, considering the possibility. Makes sense, Jackson nodded slowly. Jeremiah died of pneumonia the winter before the main collapse. Barber would have been new in town then, eager to establish himself. Tending to a dying man, cutting his hair, trimming his beard for burial, would have given opportunity for final confessions. Eli contemplated this, trying to imagine what secret could drive a man like Barber to manipulate others into risking their lives year after year. Something hidden in the mine then, something only Blackwater knew about. Maybe, Jackson agreed, signaling Walter for another drink. Or maybe just the location of where his son Samuel disappeared to with all that gold after the collapse. Either way, he's been using men like you to search ever since, hoping someone will either find it or confirm it's not there. The theory aligned with everything Eli had observed of Barber's character. The careful collection of information, the strategic sharing of partial truths, the maintenance of relationships with both skeptics and believers to ensure all possible sources remained open to him. Well, whatever he's looking for, it's deeper than I went, Eli stated definitively, and likely to stay that way. I've no intention of setting foot in that mine again, gold or no gold. Jackson nodded approval. Wiser than most who pass through. The gold's real enough, but so's the danger, whatever its true nature. They lapsed into companionable silence, each contemplating the mysteries of the Blackwater mine from his own perspective. Around them, the saloon's evening business continued. Cards were dealt, drinks poured, conversations ebbed and flowed with the natural rhythm of small-town life. Eli found himself studying the room's occupants with new awareness. How many had been approached by Barber over the years? How many had ventured into the mountains seeking promised riches, only to encounter whispers and shadows that defied rational explanation? What stories remained untold because those who experienced them never returned to share their warnings? I'll be moving on tomorrow. Eli decided aloud, the words forming even as the intention crystallized in his mind. Hollow Creek's got too many secrets for my taste. Jackson raised his refreshed glass in a small salute. Smartest thing you've said yet. Where to next? North, maybe. Heard rumors of new strikes near Granite Pass. Eli shrugged slightly. Somewhere that doesn't have a cursed mine at any rate. All mines are cursed, in their way, Jackson observed philosophically. Men weren't meant to tunnel into dark places, taking what the earth has kept hidden. We pay for such trespass one way or another, if not with our lives or sanity, then with our souls. The sentiment, delivered without dramatic emphasis, nevertheless carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom. Eli found himself nodding agreement despite his customary skepticism of such poetic pronouncements. To leaving dark places unexplored, he offered, raising his glass. And to the wisdom of knowing when to turn back, Jackson completed, touching his glass to Eli. The following morning dawned clear and cool, autumn asserting itself after the recent unsettled weather. Eli rose early, packing his few possessions and settling his account at the hotel before most of Hollow Creek's residents had begun their day. Leading his mare from the livery stable, Eli paused at the town's northern edge, looking back at the settlements spread below him in the morning light. Despite his brief stay, he felt he understood Hollow Creek now, a place defined by its relationship with the mountain that had first given it life through mineral wealth, then slowly bled it dry through tragedy and superstition. Movement near the general store caught his attention. Ezekiel Barber, unusually early about his business, engaged in earnest conversation with a young man whose dusty clothing and laden pack marked him as another drifter, another fortune seeker. Even at this distance, Eli recognized the scene. Barber sharing helpful information about local prospects, perhaps even now mentioning the abandoned Blackwater mine and its rumored riches. The cycle continuing, unbroken. For a moment, Eli considered intervening, approaching the stranger, sharing his own experience as warning. The impulse faded quickly. His tale would sound like madness to fresh ears, the ravings of a superstitious fool or a competitor seeking to discourage rivalry. The young man would explore regardless, drawn by the same hunger that had pulled Eli and countless others into the mountain's depths. Some lessons could only be learned through experience, some warnings only heeded after personal encounter with their truth. Turning his horse northward, Eli left Hollow Creek behind, the weight of its mysteries gradually lightening with each hoofbeat that carried him further from Raven's Peak. The gold remained, he had no doubt of that, glittering in darkness, waiting for the next seeker drawn by whispers of easy wealth. Yet something else remained as well, something that had attached itself to Eli during his brief time in the mine. Not a curse precisely, nor anything as dramatic as haunting, but a heightened awareness, a sensitivity to the difference between want and need, between wealth and worth. The gold had whispered to him, promising fulfillment of desires he'd carried since youth. In rejecting those whispers, in turning away from treasure within his grasp, Eli had gained something unexpected. Clarity about what truly mattered in his wandering life. Not gold ultimately, not the validation of a substantial claim or the security of accumulated wealth. What mattered was the search itself, the horizons still unexplored, the possibilities that lay beyond the next range of hills, the freedom to choose which paths to follow and which to leave untraveled. As the trail curved around a hillside, Hollow Creek disappeared from view behind him. Ahead stretched open country, bathed in morning light that transformed dew-covered grass into fields of temporary diamonds, more beautiful than any gold vein hidden in darkness. Eli Morgan rode toward that light, leaving the prospector's cursed gold to whisper its empty promises in eternal darkness, content in the knowledge that some treasures were best left unclaimed. As Eli Morgan rode away from Hollow Creek, leaving the cursed gold and its whispers behind, the trail gradually widened into a well-traveled road. The morning sun climbed higher, burning away the last wisps of valley fog and revealing the vast landscape stretching before him. 3 days' ride to the north, the terrain began to change. Rocky hills gave way to rolling grasslands painted in autumn hues of gold and amber. The air carried a different scent here, cleaner somehow, with notes of prairie grass and distant water. On the evening of the 4th day, Eli crested a gentle rise and paused, taking in the sight spread before him. A wide valley opened up, bisected by a meandering river that caught the setting sun's light like flowing fire. Near the river's bend sat a settlement larger than Hollow Creek, its buildings arranged with purpose rather than the haphazard clustering of a mining boomtown. Painted Sky, according to the weathered signposts at the crossroads half a mile back. Eli considered his options as his mare shifted beneath him. He had provisions enough to continue without stopping, but both he and his horse could use a proper rest. Perhaps a day or two in civilization before pressing on toward Granite Pass wouldn't hurt. As darkness began to settle across the valley, Eli noticed something unusual. Pinpricks of light appeared along the distant ridgeline overlooking the town. Moving lights, too regular in their formation to be travelers or cowboys making camp. Intrigued, he watched as the lights descended from the ridge in a slow, deliberate procession, their golden glow standing out against the deepening blue of twilight. They moved in perfect unison, maintaining equal distance from each other, like a procession of stars fallen to earth. "The Lantern Riders," came a voice from behind him. Eli turned, surprised to find an elderly woman sitting on a fallen log beside the trail. He hadn't noticed her when he stopped, though her position suggested she'd been there for some time, watching the same phenomenon that had caught his attention. "Man," Eli acknowledged with a respectful tip of his hat. "Didn't see you there." The woman smiled, her face a map of wrinkles that spoke of a lifetime under prairie skies. "Not many do these days." Her gaze returned to the distant lights. "They come every autumn when the veil grows thin, riding their circuit, keeping watch." "Who are they?" Eli asked, curiosity overcoming his usual reticence with strangers. The woman regarded him with eyes that seemed to evaluate something beyond his physical appearance. Whatever she saw appeared to satisfy her, for she patted the log beside her in invitation. "That's quite a tale," she said as Eli dismounted and joined her. "One that goes back to the earliest days of Painted Sky, when the first settlers found themselves caught between worlds they never knew existed. The first stars of evening pierced the darkening sky as Miguel Reyes guided his horse along the winding trail that skirted the edge of Painted Sky Plateau. At 58, Miguel had spent more than 4 decades in the saddle, his life shaped by the rhythms of cattle, seasons, and the vast open spaces of the frontier. The wrinkles etched deeply around his eyes spoke of countless days squinting against harsh sun and driving rain, while his hands, calloused and strong despite his advancing years, bore testament to work that had never grown easier, only more familiar. Behind him rode 5 younger vaqueros, men who had joined this cattle drive from various ranches across the territory. They were bound for the railhead at Armadillo, driving a combined herd of nearly 800 head, gathered from scattered operations too small to justify individual drives. The arrangement benefited everyone involved. The small ranchers saved on costs, The vaqueros earned better wages for the larger drive, and Miguel, whose reputation for successfully delivering cattle without significant losses had become legendary in these parts, received a handsome commission. "Patron," called Javier, the youngest of the group at barely 20. "Why do we camp here? The plateau offers better grass for the herd, no?" Miguel turned in his saddle, regarding the young man with patient amusement. "Better grass, yes. Better sleep, no." "Bandits?" asked Luis, a stocky vaquero with a magnificent mustache who rode just behind Javier. Miguel shook his head. "Nothing so simple as bandits." The older man dismounted with the fluid grace that had never abandoned him despite his years, leading his horse to a flat area sheltered by a stand of juniper trees. The other men followed suit, the routine of making camp ingrained through months on the trail together. As they unsaddled horses and gathered wood for the evening fire, curious glances were exchanged. Miguel's cryptic response had sparked their interest, but experience had taught them patience. The old vaquero would explain in his own time, once camp was established and dinner prepared. The cattle settled for the night in a natural depression half a mile back, could be heard occasionally as night birds called and the first hunting cries of coyotes echoed across the darkening landscape. Stars emerged in greater numbers as the last purple light faded from the western horizon, revealing a sky of remarkable clarity and depth. Only when coffee bubbled in the battered pot at the edge of their small fire did Miguel finally settle back against his saddle and draw out his pipe. The ritual of packing and lighting it gave the others time to arrange themselves comfortably, mugs of coffee steaming in their hands against the growing chill of the autumn night. "The Painted Sky Plateau," Miguel began without preamble, his voice low and melodic in the gathering darkness, "is not a place for men to linger after nightfall, not on certain nights of the year when the old ones ride." "Old ones?" prompted Carlos, a wiry man of 30 with quick eyes and quicker hands, renowned for his skill with a lariat. "The Lantern Riders," Miguel clarified, pointing his pipe stem toward the plateau that rose dark against the star-filled sky. "They appear most often in autumn, when the veil between worlds grows thin. Riders carrying lights that burn, too steady for ordinary lanterns, moving in formation across the plateau like they're patrolling, or perhaps searching." Something in Miguel's tone, a solemnity rarely heard from the typically practical man, held their attention more effectively than any dramatic flourish might have done. Even Rodrigo, the most skeptical among them, leaned forward slightly, the firelight highlighting the sudden intensity in his expression. "Native spirits?" Xavier asked, his voice unconsciously dropping to match Miguel's quieter tone. Miguel drew on his pipe, the tobacco glowing momentarily brighter before dimming again. "Some say so. Others believe they are the ghosts of Spanish conquistadors who died searching for gold in these lands. The ranchers who settled here 2 generations ago insist they are the spirits of their ancestors keeping watch over family holdings." He paused, gazing thoughtfully toward the darkened plateau. "I have seen them 3 times in my life. Each time before, significant change came to this territory." "What kind of change?" Luis asked, his usual boisterous manner subdued by the atmosphere Miguel had created. "The first time I was 16, working my first cattle drive north with my father. The Lantern Riders appeared on the second night we camped near here. 2 weeks later, we learned the territory had been ceded to the Americans under the new border treaty." Miguel took another contemplative draw on his pipe. "The second time was the spring before the Great Drought of 77 that killed half the cattle in the region and drove many ranchers to bankruptcy." The men exchanged glances, the implications clear. Signs preceding disaster carried particular weight to men whose livelihoods depended on unpredictable factors like weather, market prices, and the temperamental health of livestock. "And the third time?" Carlos prompted when Miguel fell silent. "Just last year," the old vaquero replied, when riding north with Don Eduardo's cattle. 3 nights later, we encountered the first railroad surveyors in the region, mapping the route that would eventually bring the station to Armadillo. The very one we drive toward now. "So they herald change," Rodrigo summarized, his natural skepticism reasserting itself somewhat. "But not necessarily disaster. Change is disaster to some, opportunity to others," Miguel responded philosophically. The coming of the railroad meant the end of many things, isolation, certain ways of life, but also the beginning of others. The wisdom is in recognizing which is which and preparing accordingly. A comfortable silence fell over the camp, each man contemplating Miguel's words while gazing into the fire or up at the vast canopy of stars. The coffee cooled in their cups, the night deepened around them, and somewhere in the distance, a coyote called to its pack with plaintive howls that seemed to emphasize their solitude in this great, empty landscape. "Will we see them tonight?" Javier finally asked, his youthful enthusiasm breaking through the thoughtful quiet. Miguel shrugged, tapping his pipe against his boot to empty the spent tobacco. "Who can say? They appear when they choose, not when we wish for them." "I'll take first watch," Carlos volunteered, rising and reaching for his rifle. "I'll keep an eye on the plateau just in case your spirits decide to make an appearance." Miguel nodded approval. "Wake Luis in 4 hours, and Carlos," he added as the younger man prepared to leave the fireside, "if you do see lights up there, do not approach them. Watch from a distance only. Some mysteries deserve their privacy." Carlos nodded his understanding before disappearing into the darkness, the soft sound of his footsteps fading as he moved toward the small rise that would give him the best view of both their cattle and the plateau beyond. The remaining men prepared for sleep, unrolling bedrolls and settling into the familiar discomfort of ground that never seemed quite as flat or soft as it appeared. One by one they drifted into slumber, lulled by exhaustion and the rhythmic sounds of night insects singing their autumn chorus. Miguel remained awake longer than the others, staring upward at stars that seemed close enough to touch in the crystal clarity of the high desert air. His thoughts wandered across the decades of his life, following the thread of memory back to his first sighting of the lantern riders. The mixture of fear and wonder he'd felt as a boy watching unexplainable lights move with deliberate purpose across land that modern maps claimed to have fully documented, but which held secrets older than any parchment could record. As sleep finally claimed him, Miguel's last conscious thought was a hope that the riders would indeed appear tonight. Not because he believed the youngest members of his crew needed proof of his tales, but because every man deserved to witness true mystery at least once in his life. A reminder that the world remained larger and more wondrous than human understanding could encompass. "Patron, Miguel, wake up." The urgent whisper pulled Miguel from deep sleep, his hand instinctively reaching for the revolver beside his bedroll before his mind fully registered Luis standing over him, silhouetted against the night sky. "What is it?" Miguel asked, immediately alert despite the hour, which his internal clock placed at shortly past midnight. "The lights," Luis replied, his voice tight with excitement or apprehension, perhaps both. "Carlos spotted them on the plateau. They've been moving for nearly 20 minutes now." Miguel rose quickly, pulling on his boots and reaching for his coat against the pre-dawn chill that had intensified while he slept. Around them, the other vaqueros were also stirring, awakened by the exchange, or perhaps by some shared sixth sense that something unusual was occurring. "Where?" Miguel asked, as he followed Luis away from the dying embers of their campfire. "North edge of the plateau," Luis answered, pointing toward the elevated landmass that dominated the horizon. Moving east to west, very slow and deliberate, they joined Carlos at his vantage point on the small rise overlooking their camp. The younger man stood motionless, rifle cradled in his arms, gaze fixed on the distant plateau where a line of lights, small but unmistakable, moved in measured procession across the darkened landscape. Miguel counted 7 distinct points of light, spaced at regular intervals, traveling at a pace that suggested careful scrutiny of the terrain, rather than purposeful journey from one point to another. The lights themselves had a quality that immediately struck him as unusual, steady, unwavering despite distance, suggesting they were carried on horseback over uneven ground, and with a faint bluish tinge unlike ordinary lanterns. "I thought perhaps rustlers at first," Carlos admitted quietly as the others gathered around him, all eyes fixed on the mysterious procession. "But no rustler moves so openly, showing lights that can be seen for miles. And there's something," he hesitated, searching for words, "something unnatural about how they move. Too perfect, too steady." Miguel nodded, understanding precisely what Carlos meant, though he couldn't have articulated it better himself. The lights maintained exact formation despite traversing terrain that would naturally cause riders to adjust their spacing and pace. They moved as if the geography of the plateau offered no impediment whatsoever, as if, perhaps, they traveled a different landscape entirely, one superimposed upon but not identical to the physical world the vaqueros inhabited. "The lantern riders," Javert breathed, his earlier eagerness replaced by hushed awe. Rodrigo predictably remained more skeptical. "Could be ranchers patrolling their property," he suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. "Or maybe surveyors working through the night for some reason. At this hour, in perfect formation, without a single lantern bobbing or swaying as it would if carried by a rider on actual terrain," Miguel countered gently. "Observe more carefully, my friend. Those are not ordinary lights, nor ordinary riders who bear them." As if to emphasize his point, the line of lights suddenly executed a perfect right-angle turn, continuing their measured progress, now heading directly north. No command had been audible, no signal visible to explain the simultaneous change in direction. One moment they processed westward, the next all 7 lights moved northward with the synchronization of stars wheeling through the night sky. "Madre de Dios," Luis whispered, crossing himself instinctively. They watched in silence as the lights continued their patrol along what appeared to be predetermined paths, occasionally changing direction with that same uncanny unanimity. After perhaps 15 minutes, the procession began a gradual arc that would eventually bring them to the eastern edge of the plateau, closest to where the vaqueros stood watching. "They're coming this way," Javian said, a note of apprehension entering his voice. Miguel studied the light's trajectory, calculating distances and angles with the practiced eye of a man accustomed to judging such things across open country. "Not directly toward us," he concluded after a moment. "They'll pass along the eastern ridge about half a mile from our position, close enough for a better look if someone were determined to get one." He turned to find 5 pairs of eyes regarding him with varying mixtures of expectation, trepidation, and curiosity. Even Rodrigo, for all his professed skepticism, couldn't disguise the gleam of interest in his expression. "You're thinking we should take a closer look?" Carlos stated, rather than asked, correctly interpreting Miguel's thoughtful gaze. The old vaquero nodded slowly. I've seen them from a distance before, but never from so favorable a position, with their path bringing them nearly within our reach. It would be valuable to observe more closely, to see what sort of riders carry such unusual lights. Is it safe? Louise asked, voicing the concern evident in several expressions. Miguel considered the question seriously. In 3 previous encounters, he had never heard of the lantern riders harming anyone, but then he'd never heard of anyone approaching them closely either. The stories contained warnings about respecting their procession, about watching from afar rather than interfering. We will be cautious, he decided finally. 3 of us will go. Myself, Carlos, and... He surveyed the group. Rodrigo, since healthy skepticism may provide useful perspective. The rest will remain with the cattle. If we don't return by dawn, continue the drive to Armadillo as planned. This last instruction, delivered matter-of-factly, sent a shiver of unease through the group. Despite his calm demeanor, Miguel was acknowledging real risk in their intended investigation, enough that contingency plans were warranted. "I'll saddle the horses," Carlos offered, already turning toward their picket line. Quietly, Miguel cautioned. "We don't know how they might react to sudden movements or noises." As Carlos moved away to prepare their mounts, Miguel took a moment to study the mysterious lights once more. They continued their measured progress, now clearly visible traversing the eastern edge of the plateau. From this distance, perhaps 2 miles, no riders were discernible, only the lights themselves, moving with that strange, perfect coordination that defied conventional explanation. "What do you expect to find?" Rodrigo asked quietly, standing close beside Miguel as they watched. Miguel appreciated the directness of the question, recognizing it as genuine inquiry rather than challenge. Despite his outward skepticism, Rodrigo possessed a thoughtful intelligence that made him valuable in uncertain situations. "I don't know," Miguel admitted. "Perhaps confirmation of old stories, perhaps new mysteries to consider, or perhaps," he added with the faintest smile, "simply the discovery that aging eyes and frontier legends have made extraordinary something that has a perfectly rational explanation." Rodrigo nodded, seeming satisfied with this balanced response. "Either way, knowledge is preferable to speculation." "Indeed," Miguel agreed, "though sometimes mystery has its own value." Carlos returned with 3 saddled horses, their approach deliberately slowed to minimize noise. The animals seemed unusually alert, ears pricked forward toward the plateau, nostrils flared slightly as if testing the air for unfamiliar scents. Miguel noted their behavior with interest. Horses often sensed things beyond human perception, particularly things that might represent danger. "They're uneasy," he observed quietly, stroking his mare's neck as he took the reins from Carlos. "But not panicked," Carlos replied. "More curious than frightened, I'd say." This assessment matched Miguel's own impression. The horses showed awareness without alarm, another data point suggesting the lantern riders, whatever their nature, didn't represent immediate threat. The 3 men mounted with practiced ease, each checking his weapons from habit rather than anticipated need. Miguel led them away from camp at a walk, choosing a route that would intercept the light's path while keeping their own approach partially concealed by the rolling terrain at the plateau's base. They rode in silence, each absorbed in his own thoughts as they navigated by starlight. The night remained preternaturally clear, the stars overhead so brilliant they seemed to cast their own faint shadows. A waning crescent moon hung low in the eastern sky, providing just enough additional illumination to distinguish terrain features without compromising their relatively stealthy approach. As they drew closer to the plateau's eastern edge, Miguel signaled a halt in the shelter of a small arroyo. From here, they had clear line of sight to the ridge where the lights would soon pass, while remaining partially concealed themselves. "We'll wait here," he decided, dismounting and securing his horse to a sturdy mesquite. On foot from this point and quietly, Carlos and Rodrigo followed his example, tethering their mounts before joining Miguel at the arroyo's edge. The three men lay prone on the sandy soil, using natural contours for concealment while maintaining good visibility of the approaching lights. The mysterious procession had drawn considerably closer during their ride. From this new vantage point, Miguel could now distinguish more details, though what he observed only deepened the mystery. The lights indeed appeared to be lanterns of some kind, but unlike any he had seen before. They emitted a steady, unwavering glow with a distinctive blue-white quality, showing none of the flickering or yellow warmth characteristic of oil lamps or candles. More intriguing still, he could now perceive the shadowy outlines of the riders who bore these unusual lights. 7 figures on horseback moved in perfect formation, each holding a lantern at exactly the same height. The riders themselves seemed unusually tall in the saddle, though distance made details difficult to discern. "They'll pass just above us in about 10 minutes, Carlos whispered, judging the procession's speed and direction. "We could climb partway up the slope for a closer look when they pass." Miguel weighed the suggestion, balancing curiosity against caution. "We'll move to that outcropping," he decided, indicating a rocky protrusion about a third of the way up the plateau's eastern face. "It offers both concealment and a clear vantage point." The 3 vaqueros made their way carefully up the slope, using natural features for cover while keeping the approaching lights in view. The climb, though not technically difficult, required attention to footing on the loose scree that covered portions of the slope. By the time they reached the designated outcropping, all 3 were breathing harder, as much from suppressed excitement as from physical exertion. Positioning themselves behind the weathered sandstone formation, they settled to wait as the procession drew steadily nearer. Miguel estimated the riders would pass almost directly above their position, perhaps 50 yards higher on the plateau's rim. Close enough for meaningful observation, yet maintaining a respectful distance from phenomena that generations of frontier wisdom suggested were best admired from afar. "Look how they move," Carlos murmured as the procession drew closer. "No variation in pace, no adjustments for terrain. It's as if they float right." Miguel had noticed the same unnatural smoothness. Despite crossing ground that should have required horses to pick their way carefully, rocky outcroppings, patches of loose shale, occasional scrub vegetation, the riders maintained perfectly even progress, their formation undisturbed by physical obstacles. "And listen," Rodrigo added, his earlier skepticism noticeably diminished. No sound, no hoofbeats, no creaking saddles, no jingling equipment. He was right. Even at this closer distance, the procession moved in complete silence. 7 riders on horseback should produce a symphony of small sounds. Leather against leather, metal against metal, the rhythm of shod hooves striking stone and soil. Instead, absolute silence accompanied their passage, creating an effect more unsettling than any ghostly wail or chain rattling might have achieved. As the first rider approached the point directly above their hiding place, Miguel found himself holding his breath. From this vantage point, perhaps 40 yards away now, he could see the figure more clearly, yet details remained frustratingly indistinct, as if viewing the rider through heat shimmer despite the cool night air. The impression of unusual height proved accurate. The rider sat a horse that appeared standard in size, yet the figure itself seemed elongated, with proportions subtly different from normal human dimensions. clothing resembled what might be military uniforms from a bygone era. High collars, fitted jackets, what could be sabers hanging at their sides, though no specific affiliation was identifiable. Most striking, however, were the lanterns. Seen clearly now, they resembled no lighting device Miguel had encountered in his decades on the frontier. Geometric in design, perfect spheres enclosed in what appeared to be metallic frameworks. They emitted that distinctive blue-white light without visible flame or fuel source. The illumination they cast created no shadows despite the surrounding darkness, instead seeming to bend natural laws by producing light that illuminated without reflecting from surrounding objects. "Those aren't men," Rodrigo whispered, voice tight with the strain of reconciling observation with belief. Not entirely, at least. Miguel understood precisely what he meant. Though humanoid in general form, the riders projected an unmistakable otherness, a sense that whatever moved above them belonged to a different category of existence than ordinary flesh and blood. Not necessarily supernatural in the sense of ghosts or spirits, but perhaps something more complex. Entities existing simultaneously in multiple planes of reality, visible to human perception only under certain conditions. The procession continued its silent progress along the plateau's edge, each rider identical to the others in posture, pace, and that strange elongated silhouette. They carried their otherworldly lanterns at precisely the same height, the eerie light illuminating nothing, yet somehow rendering the riders visible against the star-filled sky. As the last rider passed above their position, Miguel felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sensation like descending air pressure before a storm, though the night remained clear and still. The feeling intensified as the procession continued westward, creating an almost physical urge to follow, to learn more, to approach closer. "We should go back," he said firmly, recognizing the compulsion as unusual and potentially dangerous. "We've seen enough for tonight." Carlos nodded agreement, though his gaze remained fixed on the retreating lights with obvious reluctance. Rodrigo, however, had already risen to a half-crouch, body oriented toward the procession, as if physically drawn in their direction. "Just a little closer," he murmured, taking a step upward toward the plateau's rim. "I want to see their faces." Miguel reached out quickly, grasping Rodrigo's arm with surprising strength for a man his age. "No," he said firmly. "That's not curiosity speaking, but their influence. The old stories warn of this, their ability to entice, to lure observers into following." The younger man blinked, briefly confused, then shook his head as if clearing cobwebs from his thoughts. "You're right," he admitted, sounding momentarily shaken. "I felt compelled, like I needed to go to them, though I can't explain why." "Exactly why we're leaving now," Miguel stated with quiet authority. "We've been granted a glimpse of something few have seen so closely. Let's not press our luck by demanding more." The three men descended the slope with careful haste, keeping low profiles against the possibility of being observed from above. Though the lantern riders had shown no awareness of their presence, Miguel preferred maintenance of that apparent anonymity through their departure. Reaching their horses, they found the animals alert but calm, another reassuring sign that whatever the riders represented, it did not register as imminent danger to creatures with sharper instincts than humans. They mounted quickly and set off toward camp at a pace balanced between proper caution on darkened terrain and desire to put distance between themselves and the mysterious procession. Only when they had ridden half the distance back to their campsite did Miguel finally relax marginally, sensing they had moved beyond whatever sphere of influence surrounded the lantern riders. The strange pressure had dissipated, replaced by the familiar night sounds of insects and distant coyotes. What do you think they are? Carlos asked, breaking the thoughtful silence that had accompanied their ride thus far. Miguel considered the question, weighing various explanations against what they had observed. Not ghosts, I think, at least not in the common understanding of that word. Something more deliberate? Guardians, Rodrigo suggested unexpectedly, his earlier skepticism completely abandoned. They moved like sentries patrolling a boundary, watchmen of some kind. The assessment aligned with Miguel's own impression. Yes, but guarding what? And for whom? Neither younger man had an immediate answer, and Miguel didn't expect one. Some questions were too large, too fundamentally tied to mysteries beyond ordinary human experience to yield simple explanations. Perhaps that was the true value of encounters like tonight's. Reminders that the world contained more layers, more dimensions of existence than daily life acknowledged. They rode the remaining distance in contemplative silence, each man processing what he had witnessed according to his own framework of understanding. As they approached their camp, Miguel noted with approval that the remaining vaqueros had maintained proper vigilance during their absence. Luis stood watch on the same small rise where they had first spotted the lights, rifle ready, though his posture suggested routine caution rather than specific concern. "You've returned," Luis called softly as they approached, relief evident in his voice despite his attempt at casual greeting. "Did you discover anything?" Miguel dismounted, taking a moment to loosen his horse's girth before responding. "We saw them more clearly," he confirmed, though discovery might claim too much. Some mysteries offer glimpses, without revealing their full nature. Louise accepted this philosophical response with a nod, understanding that more detailed discussion would follow in daylight. "The cattle are quiet," he reported. "Whatever rides up there doesn't disturb them." "Another useful piece of information," Miguel acknowledged. "Get some rest, Louise. I'll take the remainder of your watch." Though the younger man initially protested, Miguel insisted. Sleep would likely prove elusive after what he had witnessed, and the familiar routine of standing guard would provide welcome structure for his unsettled thoughts. Carlos and Rodrigo, similarly affected by the night's events yet physically taxed by the ride and climb, reluctantly sought their bedrolls after securing their horses. Alone on the small rise overlooking their camp and the distant plateau, Miguel watched as the line of mysterious lights completed their circuit of the elevated landmass before beginning a new pattern. A systematic crossing of the plateau's interior in parallel lines, like farmers walking evenly spaced furrows. "Searching," he murmured to himself, the pattern confirming Rodrigo's guardian theory while adding new dimensions. But for what? The question accompanied him through the remaining hours of darkness, unanswered but persistently intriguing as he maintained his vigil. Only as the eastern sky began to lighten with pre-dawn grey did the lights finally disappear, not gradually fading like lanterns extinguished, but vanishing between one heartbeat and the next, as if they had passed through some invisible doorway into another realm entirely. Morning arrived with the crisp clarity characteristic of autumn in high desert country. The vaqueros rose with the sun, moving through camp routines with practiced efficiency despite the previous night's interrupted sleep. Coffee bubbled, bacon sizzled, and conversations remained focused on practical matters of the day's planned cattle movement. Yet an undercurrent of anticipation ran beneath these ordinary exchanges, all eyes occasionally darting toward Miguel with unspoken question. Only after breakfast, as they prepared to break camp, did the old vaquero finally address what clearly occupied everyone's thoughts. Seated on his saddle near the dying cook fire, pipe smoke curling lazily around his weathered features, He recounted what he, Carlos, and Rodrigo had witnessed on the plateau's edge. The telling was precise yet restrained, emphasizing observed details while avoiding speculative embellishment. Miguel described the riders' unusual appearance, their strange lanterns, the unnatural silence of their passage, all conveyed with a straightforward accuracy that had made him respected as both leader and storyteller throughout his decades on the frontier. When he finished, the other vaqueros remained silent for several moments, absorbing his account and comparing it with their own distant observations of the mysterious lights. Finally, Javier spoke, his youthful enthusiasm barely contained despite the solemnity of the topic. "But what do you think they are, patron? Spirits? Angels? Creatures from the stars?" Miguel tapped his pipe thoughtfully against his boot before responding. "Labels matter less than understanding, and understanding sometimes comes through observation rather than explanation. What we witness exists, that much I can state with certainty. Its nature may be beyond our current capacity to categorize." This philosophical response clearly disappointed Javier, who preferred definitive answers to existential ambiguity. Luis, more pragmatic, asked the question that carried practical implications for their immediate future. "You said before that you saw them 3 times, each before significant change came to this territory. Does that mean something important will happen soon?" The question hung in the air, weighted with the superstitious respect frontier people traditionally accorded to omens and portents, despite increasing modernization of the territories. Even Rodrigo, who had begun the previous evening as the group's designated skeptic, waited attentively for Miguel's response. "Perhaps," the old vaquero acknowledged, neither dismissing the possibility nor confirming it with unwarranted certainty. "Though whether the riders cause change or merely mark its approach, I cannot say. Either way, awareness serves us better than ignorance. We proceed with eyes open." This balanced perspective seemed to satisfy most of the men, who returned to breaking camp with renewed purpose. Miguel noticed, however, that Carlos lingered, clearly harboring additional questions he hesitated to voice in the larger group. "Something troubles you beyond the obvious," Miguel observed quietly when the others had moved beyond easy hearing distance. Carlos nodded, glancing toward the plateau before meeting the older man's gaze directly. "The compulsion you mentioned, the feeling of being drawn toward them. I felt it strongly in a way that..." He hesitated, searching for words. "In a way that seemed specific to me personally, as if they were calling to me in particular." Miguel considered this thoughtfully. Though he had sensed the general allure the riders projected, he hadn't experienced the targeted connection Carlos described. "How so?" "It's difficult to explain," Carlos admitted, frustration evident in his furrowed brow. "Like hearing someone call your name in a crowded room, that sense of personal address among general noise. I felt they had something to show me, something important I specifically needed to see." This revelation concerned Miguel, raising possibilities he hadn't previously considered. If the lantern riders could distinguish among observers and direct individualized influence toward particular persons, their nature might be more consciously intelligent than he had assumed, more purposeful in their interactions with the human world. "You resisted," he stated rather than asked, knowing Carlos well enough to be confident of this. "Yes, but with difficulty," the younger man confirmed. "Had I been alone," he left the implication unspoken but clear, "solitary observation might have resulted in following the mysterious procession, potentially with concerning consequences." Miguel placed a reassuring hand on Carlos's shoulder. "But you weren't alone. and wisdom prevailed. Remember that the most dangerous temptations are those tailored to individual desires. Whatever you felt they offered was likely revelation without context, truth without the foundation to properly support it. Carlos nodded, accepting both the validation of his experience and the cautionary perspective Miguel offered. "I won't seek them out," he promised, correctly intuiting the older man's primary concern. "Good," Miguel approved, rising and tapping the spent tobacco from his pipe. "Now help me saddle these stubborn horses. The cattle won't drive themselves to Armadillo." The practical instructions successfully redirected their focus to immediate tasks, though Miguel filed away Carlos's revelation for further consideration. Throughout his decades traveling the frontier, he had encountered many unexplainable phenomena, some frightening, some wondrous, most existing in that liminal space between the two emotions. The Lantern Riders clearly belonged to this last category, inspiring awe while commanding respectful distance. As the vaqueros prepared to depart, Miguel noticed Rodrigo standing slightly apart from the group, staring thoughtfully toward the plateau that appeared so ordinary in morning sunlight, just another elevated landmass of stratified rock and sparse vegetation, its nighttime mysteries concealed beneath mundane geology. "Second thoughts about what we saw?" Miguel asked, approaching quietly. Rodrigo shook his head slowly. "Not doubts, quite the opposite." He turned to face Miguel directly. "I've spent most of my life believing only in what can be touched, counted, or measured. Last night showed me the limitation of that perspective." Miguel nodded understanding, recognizing the significant shift this represented for a man who had built his identity partly on hard-headed practicality. "The world is larger than our ability to comprehend it," he offered. "Accepting that isn't weakness, but wisdom." "Perhaps," Rodrigo agreed, mounting his horse with practiced ease. "Though it's humbling to realize how much I don't understand at nearly 40 years of age." Miguel laughed softly as he swung into his own saddle. "Wait until you reach my age, amigo. The territory of don't understand grows larger with each passing year, not smaller." This observation drew a reluctant smile from Rodrigo as they rode to join the others. The cattle, already beginning to move under Luis and Javier's guidance, stretched in a long, dusty procession leading away from the plateau and toward the distant railhead at Armadillo. 3 days later, as evening approached on what would be their penultimate night before reaching Armadillo, Miguel identified a suitable campsite near Three Sisters Ridge, 3 distinctive rock formations rising sequentially from surrounding terrain like enormous sentinels overlooking the landscape. A small stream flowed around the ridge's western base, offering necessary water access for both men and cattle. Their journey from Painted Sky Plateau had proceeded without unusual incidents, though conversation frequently returned to their encounter with the Lantern Riders. Each night the vaqueros had watched the distant horizons with particular attention, but no mysterious lights had reappeared during their westward progress. As they established camp with practiced efficiency, Miguel noted a subtle current of anticipation running beneath routine activities. Eyes frequently scanned both eastern and western horizons. Conversations included speculative references to potential reappearance, and even the typically skeptical Rodrigo positioned his bedroll for optimal visibility of surrounding terrain. "Do you think we'll see them again?" Javier asked during evening meal around their small fire, voicing question that likely occupied all their thoughts to varying degrees. Miguel considered carefully before responding. "The Lantern Riders appear according to their own purposes, not human expectations. 3 times in my life I've seen them, each separated by many years. That we witnessed them once, on this journey, represents rare privilege rather than established pattern. This measured response, neither dismissing possibility nor encouraging excessive expectation, seemed to satisfy the younger men. Yet Miguel himself remained privately attentive to subtle atmospheric qualities as darkness claimed their surroundings, aware that extraordinary phenomena sometimes followed patterns beyond obvious human detection. After assigning night watch rotations, Miguel took first position himself, selecting elevated ground that offered clear views in all directions. For several hours, nothing unusual disturbed the peaceful progression of night. Stars emerged with characteristic southwestern brilliance, coyotes called from distant locations, and the cattle settled with occasional soft lowing that suggested contentment with their evening grazing. Then, approaching midnight, Miguel sensed a familiar change in the atmosphere. That indefinable quality of thickened air that had preceded the lantern rider's appearance at Painted Sky Plateau. Rising to full alertness, he scanned all horizons with careful attention, searching for the telltale blue-white illumination that would confirm his sensory impression. Movement caught his eye, not on the distant plateau from which they had traveled, but on Three Sisters Ridge, directly west of their position. There, moving along the central formation's elevated spine, appeared 7 points of light, identical to those they had observed 3 nights earlier. The same steady, unwavering glow with distinctive blue-white quality. The same perfect formation maintaining exact spacing despite traversing irregular terrain. "They've followed us," Miguel murmured to himself, watching as the lights proceeded in measured cadence along the ridgeline. Rather than immediately waking his companions, Miguel observed solitary for several minutes, seeking any variations from the pattern established during their previous encounter. The procession maintained consistent characteristics: silent progress, perfect coordination, that unsettling quality of moving through rather than across the physical landscape. Yet their appearance at this new location, coinciding with the vaquero's journey, suggested purposeful connection rather than random manifestation. After confirming the sighting represented genuine reappearance of the same phenomenon, Miguel quietly awakened Carlos, whose analytical mind might offer insight regarding this unexpected development. "They've returned," he explained simply, as the younger man came instantly alert. "But not at Painted Sky. Here, on Three Sisters Ridge." Carlos followed Miguel's gesture toward the distant lights, his expression shifting from momentary confusion to focused concentration. "That's not possible," he whispered, though the evidence before them clearly contradicted this assessment. "The stories always place them at Painted Sky Plateau, nowhere else." "Perhaps the stories are incomplete," Miguel suggested. "Or perhaps the riders themselves are changing, just as the territory changes around them." Both men watched in silence as the mysterious procession continued its measured progress along the ridge, moving with that same uncanny smoothness that defied natural limitations of horseback travel across irregular terrain. After several minutes, Rodrigo and Luis joined them, awakened by some subtle shift in the camp's atmosphere that had penetrated their sleep. "Three Sisters Ridge," Rodrigo observed quietly, quickly grasping the significance of the light's new location. "Moving west, as we move west." "Following our journey," Luis added, crossing himself discreetly. "Or preceding us," Miguel countered thoughtfully. "Marking territory experiencing transformation through which we happen to travel, rather than specifically accompanying our particular passage." This perspective, separating correlation from causation, represented Miguel's habitual caution against placing humans at center of phenomena that might operate according to entirely different purposes and patterns. Yet, Even he couldn't dismiss the striking alignment between their westward journey and the rider's apparent relocation along same general trajectory. "Should we approach again?" Carlos asked, clearly intrigued by opportunity for closer observation despite their previous experience with the rider's unsettling influence. Miguel considered carefully, weighing legitimate curiosity against potential risks revealed during their earlier encounter. "No," he decided after thoughtful reflection. "We've been granted rare privilege in witnessing them twice. Seeking third interaction might be interpreted as presumption rather than appropriate respect." This cautious approach satisfied the others, who recognized wisdom in maintaining respectful distance from phenomena whose fundamental nature remained beyond complete human understanding. They continued observation from their elevated position, watching as the mysterious procession completed its circuit of Three Sisters Ridge before eventually disappearing beyond the western horizon. Not gradually fading like lanterns extinguished, but vanishing completely between one moment and the next. "What does it mean?" Javier asked, having joined them during the light's final circuit. "That they've appeared again, in different locations." Miguel considered this legitimate question with the seriousness it deserved. "Change accelerates across these territories," he observed after thoughtful consideration. "The railroad transforms not only Armadillo but all surrounding regions. Settlement patterns, commerce, relationships between communities previously isolated from one another. Perhaps the riders extend their vigilance accordingly, adjusting ancient patterns to encompass expanding transformation." This interpretation, while necessarily speculative, offered framework that accommodated observed details while acknowledging inherent limitations in human capacity to fully comprehend phenomena potentially originating beyond conventional reality frameworks. The others considered Miguel's assessment with expressions that suggested recognition of both its wisdom and its inevitable incompleteness. "We should document what we're seeing," Rodrigo suggested, his analytical mind seeking concrete response to extraordinary experience. "Create record that might help others who encounter similar phenomena." Miguel nodded approval of this practical approach, recognizing value in transforming personal experience into shared knowledge that might benefit future observers. "Tomorrow night," he agreed, "we'll maintain careful watch for potential third appearance. If the pattern continues, their vigilance might extend all the way to Armadillo itself." With this plan established, they resumed their interrupted rest schedule, though sleep proved elusive for most despite physical fatigue from days' journey. The Lantern Rider's unexpected reappearance in new location had transformed singular encounter into potential pattern, raising questions about the phenomenon's fundamental nature and its relationship to their own westward progress. Morning arrived with characteristic southwestern clarity, revealing Three Sisters Ridge as perfectly ordinary geological formation, bearing no visible evidence of mysterious nocturnal visitors. The vaqueros maintained increased vigilance throughout that day's travel, scanning surrounding terrain with heightened awareness of potential significance in ordinary features that might have previously escaped notice. Their journey continued westward, cattle moving at steady pace across increasingly familiar territory as they approached regions more frequently traversed by drives bound for Armadillo. By late afternoon, they had made excellent progress, covering nearly 15 miles despite brief delays at water crossings and occasional rest periods necessary for maintaining the herd's condition. As they established camp that evening at suitable location, offering water access and good visibility, conversation naturally addressed possibility of third encounter with the mysterious riders. Miguel encouraged balanced approach, maintaining appropriate vigilance without allowing anticipation to distract from their primary responsibilities, managing valuable livestock. If they appear again tonight, he suggested during evening meal. It will establish pattern beyond mere coincidence. If not, we accept two remarkable experiences with appropriate gratitude rather than demanding third confirmation. This measured perspective helped moderate expectations while acknowledging legitimate interest in potential reappearance of phenomenon that had profoundly challenged conventional understanding of reality's consistent parameters. As darkness descended, watch rotations were established, with each man privately hoping for opportunity to witness what might represent historically unprecedented third consecutive appearance of the Lantern Riders. Miguel again took first watch, positioning himself for optimal observation of surrounding terrain, while maintaining necessary attention to cattle settled below their elevated camp. The night proceeded peacefully for several hours, stars wheeling overhead in their eternal patterns, while ordinary nocturnal sounds provided familiar audio landscape against which any anomaly would be immediately apparent. Then, approaching midnight, just as in previous encounters, Miguel experienced that familiar atmospheric change, the subtle thickening of air that had preceded both prior appearances. With heightened alertness, he scanned all horizons, seeking visual confirmation of what his other senses already suggested. There, emerging from beyond distant hill directly west toward Armadillo, came 7 points of blue-white illumination moving in perfect formation across elevated terrain. The Lantern Riders had materialized for third consecutive night, maintaining their westward progression that aligned precisely with the Vaquero's own journey toward the railhead. Miguel observed for several minutes, confirming consistent characteristics with previous sightings, before quietly awakening Carlos, whose rotation would normally begin shortly. The younger man came instantly alert, recognizing significance of third consecutive appearances in third distinct location, each progressively westward, along their own travel route. 3 nights, 3 locations, Carlos whispered, awe evident despite attempt at analytical detachment. This establishes definitive pattern beyond coincidence. Miguel nodded agreement with this assessment. Moving consistently westward, maintaining same distance from our position each night, following parallel course to our own journey, neither approaching nor diverging. Other vaqueros soon joined them, awakened by subtle awareness of the rider's return that seemed to penetrate normal consciousness through mechanism beyond ordinary sensory perception. Together they watched the mysterious procession traverse distant ridgeline with that same uncanny smoothness that had characterized previous appearances. Perfect coordination without visible communication, precise formation maintained without adjustment for terrain irregularity. "They're accompanying us to Armadillo," Javier suggested, voicing theory that had likely occurred to all, matching our journey with their own for some purpose we don't yet understand. Miguel considered this interpretation carefully, finding it increasingly difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence, given established pattern across 3 consecutive nights. "Perhaps," he acknowledged, "though whether as observers, guardians, or harbingers remains unclear. Or guides," Rodrigo added unexpectedly, "leading rather than following, showing path through transforming territory." This perspective introduced interesting dimension to their understanding, suggesting the riders might serve active rather than merely observational function regarding their journey. Miguel found himself considering implications of such relationship between mundane cattle drive and mysterious entities that apparently transcended ordinary physical limitations. They continued observation until the lights eventually disappeared beyond western horizon, with that same sudden vanishing that had concluded previous appearances, there one moment, gone completely the next, with no gradual diminishment that would characterize ordinary lanterns moving beyond visual range. "A more night before Armadillo," Louise observed as they prepared to resume interrupted sleep. "Will they appear again tomorrow, completing journey alongside us?" This question occupied Miguel's thoughts during remainder of night watch. 3 consecutive appearances established unmistakable pattern, suggesting deliberate alignment with their westward progress rather than random manifestation. Logic suggested 4th appearance would complete this pattern, perhaps culminating at Armadillo itself, which represented destination for both journeys. The vaqueros with their cattle, the lantern riders with their mysterious purpose. Morning brought renewed determination to document their extraordinary experiences with greater precision, creating record that might benefit future travelers who encountered similar phenomena. Rodrigo, most analytically inclined among them, had begun crude journal entries noting specific details, times of appearance, exact locations, behavioral patterns, atmospheric conditions preceding manifestation. "If they appear again tonight," he explained while showing these notes to Miguel during midday rest period, "we'll have documented most extensive encounter with the lantern riders in known history. 4 consecutive nights, 4 different locations, complete journey from Painted Sky to Armadillo." Miguel nodded approval of this scholarly approach, recognizing value in transforming personal experience into potential resource for broader community. Throughout his decades on the frontier, he had encountered many unexplained phenomena that remained trapped in isolated individual experiences, their patterns and potential significance lost through lack of proper documentation across multiple occurrences. Their final day's journey toward Armadillo proceeded efficiently, cattle moving at steady pace through increasingly settled territory, where occasional homesteads and small ranches indicated proximity to permanent community. By late afternoon, the railhead town's distinctive water tower became visible on distant horizon, symbol of transformative technology that had fundamentally altered regional dynamics while connecting previously isolated territories to broader national networks. Miguel selected their final night's campsite with particular care, balancing practical requirements for cattle management against strategic positioning for potential observation of the lantern riders' 4th appearance. A gentle rise south of their position offered ideal vantage point for monitoring both surrounding landscape and the cattle herd, while providing elevated perspective similar to previous observation positions. As they established camp with practiced efficiency, conversation naturally gravitated toward anticipation of potential final encounter with the mysterious riders. Even Louise, typically most pragmatic among them with primary focus on financial aspects of their venture, showed unmistakable interest in witnessing the culmination of pattern they had tracked across 3 consecutive nights. "If they appear again tonight," Xavier asked during evening meal, "will we approach them? Final opportunity to learn more about their nature and purpose." Miguel considered this carefully, balancing legitimate curiosity against prudent caution based on their previous experience with the rider's unsettling influence. "We observe respectfully from distance," he decided after thoughtful reflection. "They've granted unprecedented privilege through these multiple appearances. Approaching uninvited might compromise both their purpose and our safety." This measured response satisfied the others, who recognized wisdom in maintaining appropriate boundaries when engaging with phenomena whose fundamental nature remained beyond complete human understanding. As darkness claimed their surroundings, watch rotations were established with shared awareness that tonight potentially represented final chapter in remarkable sequence of encounters that had expanded their collective understanding of frontier reality. Miguel again claimed first watch, positioning atop the gentle rise that offered optimal observation conditions. For several hours, nothing unusual disturbed the peaceful progression of night. Stars emerged with characteristic southwestern brilliance, Distant coyotes called to establish territorial boundaries. Cattle settled with occasional soft sounds, indicating contentment with evening grazing and approaching rest. Then, at precisely midnight, timing now established through 3 previous encounters, Miguel experienced familiar atmospheric change that had preceded each appearance. That indefinable quality of thickened air, carrying subtle weight beyond ordinary night's presence, settled around him like invisible mist, possessing its own tangible essence. Scanning all horizons with careful attention, Miguel quickly located what experience now led him to anticipate. There, moving along elevated ridge less than a mile from Armadillo's outskirts, appeared 7 points of blue-white illumination, maintaining perfect formation as they proceeded with measured pace across the darkened landscape. The Lantern Riders had manifested for 4th consecutive night, completing pattern that aligned precisely with the Vaquero's journey from Painted Sky Plateau to the threshold of civilization represented by the railroad town. After confirming consistent characteristics with previous appearances, Miguel quietly awakened his companions, judging this culminating manifestation sufficiently significant to warrant interruption of needed rest before tomorrow's final push to complete their contracted responsibilities. The vaqueros gathered quickly, now experienced in responding to nighttime alert without unnecessary disruption to overall camp routines. 4th night, 4th location, Rodrigo observed with quiet satisfaction at confirmed pattern. Approaching Armadillo itself, journey's end for both them and us. They watched in collective silence as the mysterious procession moved with deliberate purpose along ridge, overlooking Armadillo. Unlike previous appearances where the riders had maintained consistent directional progress, this 4th manifestation incorporated more complex movement patterns, the 7 riders forming perfect circle at one point, then separating into smaller groups before reuniting in original formation, all executed with that same uncanny coordination that suggested communication beyond conventional means. Some kind of ceremony, Carlos suggested quietly, marking completion or transition. Miguel nodded agreement with this assessment. The rider's behavior suggested ritualistic purpose beyond mere patrol or transit, perhaps acknowledgement of significant boundary between wilderness and civilization that Armadillo represented, with its railroad connection to distant urban centers. Most remarkable development occurred as the riders concluded their ridgetop movements and began descending toward Armadillo itself, direct approach toward populated settlement representing significant deviation from previous behavior patterns where they had maintained distance from human habitation despite proximity to occasional isolated homesteads. "They're entering the town," Luis observed with mixture of wonder and concern. "What happens when people there see them?" Miguel considered this legitimate question carefully. Their own ability to perceive the riders had emerged gradually through sequence of encounters beginning at Painted Sky Plateau. Whether others without similar progression of experiences would share this perceptual capacity remained uncertain, suggesting possibility that the mysterious procession might pass through Armadillo entirely unobserved by its permanent residents, despite dramatic appearance to the watching vaquero. As if confirming this theory, the distant lights proceeded directly into Armadillo's outskirts without apparent reaction from the settlement. No sudden illumination of windows, no visible movement of residents responding to unusual nocturnal visitors, no indications of awareness or alarm that would naturally accompany appearance of supernatural procession within populated area. They move among ordinary reality without disturbing it, Carlos observed quietly. Present yet separate, visible to some, but not all. This assessment captured essential quality of the phenomenon they had witnessed across 4 consecutive nights. its simultaneous presence within physical landscape while maintaining separation from ordinary causality and perception. The lantern riders existed as manifestation of different order of being that intersected with conventional reality without fully participating in its limitations or being universally perceptible to all potential observers. For nearly 30 minutes, the vaqueros watched as the mysterious lights moved through Armadillo with deliberate pace, passing along the town's main street, circling the train station with particular attention, pausing briefly near the water tower before proceeding beyond northwestern outskirts toward open country beyond. Throughout this extended urban traversal, no evidence suggested awareness from regular inhabitants, confirming Miguel's theory regarding selective perceptibility. As the lights finally disappeared beyond Armadillo's furthest structures, vanishing into darkness beyond reliable visibility, the vaqueros remained silently thoughtful, each processing culmination of extraordinary sequence that had paralleled their journey from Painted Sky Plateau to the railhead town that represented both journeys' destination. "What does it mean?" Javier finally asked, voicing a question that occupied all their thoughts. Why did they accompany our specific journey? Miguel considered carefully before responding, balancing honest assessment against presumption beyond available evidence. "Perhaps it wasn't about us specifically," he suggested. "The territories transformed through railroads' influence, creating boundaries between old ways and new possibilities. The riders appear at such transitional moments, witnessing change without necessarily focusing on individual human participants." This interpretation offered meaningful framework while avoiding excessive centrality of their particular group in cosmic phenomena that likely operated according to patterns established long before their brief presence in the region. Yet even Miguel couldn't dismiss completely the striking alignment between their journey and the riders' 4 appearances, suggesting at minimum that both traversed significant transitional territory during period of accelerated transformation. "We've been granted rare privilege," he continued after moments of reflective silence. "Few receive such repeated, clear demonstrations that reality contains more dimensions than everyday perception reveals. The precise nature and purpose of what we've witnessed may exceed our complete understanding, but the experience itself represents valuable expansion of our awareness regarding existence's fundamental complexity." This philosophical perspective offered meaningful conclusion to their extraordinary encounters without claiming unwarranted certainty regarding phenomena that remained inherently mysterious despite multiple observations. The others nodded agreement, each recognizing that something fundamental had shifted within their perception, not merely regarding supernatural possibilities, but concerning broader understanding of reality's multi-layered nature. As they returned to camp for remaining hours before dawn, conversation shifted naturally toward practical matters of completing their journey, final preparations for entering Armadillo, anticipated procedures for transferring cattle to contracted buyers, distribution of payments according to predetermined agreements. Yet underlying these mundane operational discussions ran deeper current of shared experience that had fundamentally altered each man's relationship with territories they traversed. Morning arrived with clear brilliance characteristic of southwestern autumn, promising excellent conditions for their final approach to Armadillo and successful completion of contracted responsibilities. The vaqueros rose with mixture of anticipated satisfaction regarding journey's imminent conclusion and contemplative processing of their extraordinary experiences with the mysterious riders who had paralleled their westward progress. Their arrival at Armadillo proceeded smoothly, cattle moving willingly into designated holding pens where buyers awaited with evident satisfaction regarding both timing and condition of livestock they had contracted to purchase. Business transactions followed with practiced efficiency. counting, documentation, payment distribution according to predetermined agreements with various ranchers who had contributed to the combined herd. With professional obligations successfully fulfilled and appropriate compensation secured, the vaqueros naturally transitioned toward well-earned celebration at Armadillo's busiest saloon. Yet, amid these ordinary completion activities, Miguel noticed subtle change in his companions' engagement with their surroundings. Each man demonstrated heightened awareness, not hypervigilance exactly, but deeper attention to ordinary details that might reveal extraordinary dimensions beneath conventional appearances. "Will you tell others about what we saw?" Javier asked as they shared first round of drinks, the question directed primarily toward Miguel, though potentially relevant to all present. Miguel considered thoughtfully before responding. "Selectively," he finally replied. "Such experiences require appropriate audience, listeners capable of receiving extraordinary accounts without immediate dismissal or unhealthy obsession. Mystery deserves neither denial nor exploitation, but respectful acknowledgement of dimensions beyond complete human understanding." This balanced perspective represented wisdom accumulated across decades of frontier experiences, where unexplained phenomena occasionally manifested within otherwise ordinary existence. The others nodded understanding, recognizing legitimate caution regarding experiences that most listeners would struggle to properly contextualize without direct personal exposure. As evening approached, Miguel stepped outside briefly, seeking momentary quiet amid Armadillo's bustling activity. Standing on boardwalk outside saloon, he gazed toward distant ridge where they had witnessed the Lantern Rider's final appearance the previous night. Nothing unusual disturbed ordinary landscape now illuminated by setting sun's golden light, yet memory of those mysterious blue-white illuminations remained vivid in his awareness. Rodrigo joined him after several minutes, correctly interpreting his contemplative stance as invitation for philosophical companionship rather than desire for complete solitude. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching sunset transform landscape through progression of colors that reminded both men of stratified rock formations that had given Painted Sky Plateau its distinctive name. "Do you think we'll ever fully understand what we saw?" Rodrigo finally asked, the question emerging from genuine philosophical inquiry rather than frustrated demand for closure. Miguel smiled slightly, appreciating the question's depth while recognizing inherent limitations in potential answers. "Complete understanding may exceed human capacity," he acknowledged, "but meaningful interpretation remains possible through humility and attentiveness." He gestured toward Armadillo's main street, where railroad workers, merchants, cowboys, and travelers from diverse origins moved with various purposes through shared physical space. These territories transform through intersection of multiple influences: Spanish, Mexican, Native, American, and others yet to arrive. The Lantern Riders appeared composite because they embody this multiplicity, rather than singular identity or purpose. "Guardians of transformation," Rodrigo recalled Miguel's earlier characterization. "Witnessing changes without necessarily approving or opposing them." "Precisely," Miguel agreed. "Neither fully supernatural nor conventionally physical, but manifest at boundaries where past and future negotiate new realities through human and natural processes." As darkness gradually claimed Armadillo's surroundings, both men maintained thoughtful observation of landscape, transformed through interplay of natural light and human illumination. Lanterns, candles, and newly installed gas lamps creating islands of visibility within gathering night. No sign of the mysterious blue-white lights appeared on distant ridges, confirming Miguel's assessment that their manifestation cycle had concluded with the previous night's procession through town. Yet something of their presence remained. Not physical evidence precisely, but altered awareness that perceived ordinary reality as potentially containing extraordinary dimensions accessible through appropriate receptivity. The Lantern Riders had demonstrated that frontier territories encompassed more than geographic features and human settlements, that layers of meaning, memory, and manifestation existed simultaneously within landscapes undergoing continuous transformation. Time to rejoin the others, Miguel finally suggested as full darkness settled around them. Tomorrow brings new journeys, though perhaps less extraordinary than what we've just completed. As they turned toward the saloon's welcoming light and familiar sounds of celebration, Miguel cast one final glance toward the dark ridge beyond town. For a brief moment, so momentary he might have imagined it, a single point of blue-white light seemed to gleam from the distant elevation, acknowledging his awareness before disappearing into ordinary darkness. Whether objectively real or product of consciousness attuned to possibilities beyond conventional perception mattered less than what the experience represented. Ongoing relationship with mystery that neither demanded complete explanation nor rejected rational engagement, but invited continuous exploration of existence's fundamental complexity, with slight smile of appreciation for territories that maintained their capacity for wonder despite increasing documentation and development. Miguel rejoined his companions to celebrate Journey's completion, while carrying forward expanded awareness that would influence future engagements with seemingly familiar landscapes, now recognized as potentially containing dimensions beyond ordinary perception. The Lantern Riders of Painted Sky had completed their visible manifestation, but their influence persisted through altered consciousness that perceived potential extraordinary dimensions within ordinary reality. Legacy more valuable than any conventional treasure the frontier might yield to those who traversed its transforming territories. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the West be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.